Oh, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hello, everyone. Hello, Frank, Paula, Emmett. Hello, everybody. We're going to do some art today. So, how's everyone doing? All right. Audio looks like it's working. I already showed what we're working on today. Um, what exactly we're doing, however, not as obvious. So, well, maybe people will figure it out. We're going to be working on a trap skin today. It's been a little while since we've created one together. Uh, so basically, yeah, today we're going to be creating a new trap skin. This is going to be in celebration of the Dragons kind of release. They'll be coming in the future, and so it's going to be dragon themed on a non-draconic trap, which is fun and interesting. But because it's a trap skin, I figure that that's all right to do. Um, I'm gonna try and keep it from looking too draconic or anything like that. Like, as in, a lot of our draconic traps are kind of like projectile facing up to shoot sky lizards, kind of thing. Um, so it's gonna keep the same kind of like overall design in terms of kind of like these kind of you know shooting down at the base or whatever it does. However, our traps work. They're always a mystery. Good fun. Hello, generic potato. Um, so what I'm thinking is, well, I'm gonna take input from you guys. See if you guys have any thoughts on what would be cool for this. But yeah, I want to try and keep it relatively true to this original trap so it doesn't feel too confusing in terms of like, oh, what is this like other draconic trap? I wanted to make sure it still feels very much like the chrome circlet of pursuing, but just flavor it up. So one idea I have, and this might be a bit crazy in terms of rendering requirements, would be to like etch and kind of like create motif in the actual kind of like chrome surfaces that have a like dragonness to them. So it could almost be like Charlie. Sorry, she's just on my armrests with her butt like where my shoulder goes. Um, so yeah, it could be almost like a old kind of architecture with like motifs kind of like carved into the stonework on the sides or something like that. So this kind of like um, you know just these illustrations across the surface could be kind of cool. The thing that would be like, oh boy, that's a lot, would be I would, knowing me, I would want to like, I'm just gonna like paint all the reflections on all these different angles. So that would be something. Um, oh, hello over in Germany. Afternoon. Yeah, Dragon Wings is definitely something that immediately sprung to mind when I was kind of like first looking at it this morning. Yeah, I mean, like, how could it not kind of like transform into more like it looks like it could be a dragon. Um, so that's definitely a direction that I think is cool. Um, we could like maybe even kind of like turning some of these elements more into kind of talons would be kind of cool. We could play with the magic element. Um, Maybe it's more kind of like fiery or um, like fire, ice, poison, lightning, that kind of like elemental idea behind it. Although that might feel more like it's changing the trap to be Draconicish. So I don't know if I want to do that. We definitely have like this kind of like cool pattern that we could turn into something different. Um, can we get a literal dragon trap? I mean, honestly, like maybe this would be kind of close to that, where it's like, you know, it's got a wingspan, it's got talons. Maybe these like floaty bits turn into like teeth. So it's like the elements of a dragon that are incredibly dangerous, and it's shooting flames or something like fire breath. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, Dallas XY Swifty. Hello, hello. Considering the original trap, I feel the design like Thundering Watcher could work well. Not quite attacking, just looking. Not angry, just disappointed. I like that. That's a fun kind of like just idea behind it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's hmm. I like the idea of it like laying in wait and just kind of like judging the mouse. But like as a dragon on top of its golden horde or something like that. Hello, Chithura. Oh, used to watch the streams back in 2012 and just getting back into the game. Well, welcome back. Always love to see when hunters have taken a bit of a hiatus. That one's definitely quite a hiatus. There's a lot to catch up on. Um, but yeah, welcome back. Happy to have you kind of join in the stream. Um, Hope you're having a good time with it. It do be looming. Yeah, exactly. So I kind of like the idea that it's like this tiny little dragon here. Like that's fun. Um, so I want to keep it chrome. Maybe it's like a little like whelpling kind of creature, like a little kind of robotic looking character. Hmm. So what I can do is just kind of like lay down a little transparency so I can sketch on this, but still see the image below. Okay. Yeah, yeah, like a literal dragon guarding its treasure, like Smaug. Yeah. You're welcome. Uh, yeah, no, I hope you're enjoying returning. There's been a bunch of kind of like updates to the game since then, I would say. Um, and yeah. I'm always curious if you remember, like, what area were you when you kind of like took your hiatus? Like, what was kind of happening in the game? Just because that can kind of like be useful information. Because there's certainly like a history of people kind of like petering out when they get to the tribal isles and stuff like that, or it would be like when someone returns from like event season, because event seasons run for quite a while. Although back in 2012, I guess it wasn't quite as long running set of kind of events, but sometimes they would finish that up, and then it'd be like, okay, back to whatever I was doing. What was I doing? And you kind of like can feel a little bit lost. We've done some things like adding the adventure book, which can certainly assist in kind of like getting people back onto a thread. And also, I know that some people, when they've kind of like returned and they're like, I'm like halfway through this adventure I was in, and I was building up for this, you know, like showdown with a boss or whatever, but like I can't quite remember how to like get that ball rolling again. So I'm actually just going to jump to a different adventure and start that one, which I haven't, like, and I've heard that that's been kind of like something people have done too. Yeah. I suppose it was quite a while ago, so I don't expect you to kind of remember. I mean, number one is always kind of life. Life just kind of gets busy, and then don't always remember to kind of like sound the horn. All right, so simply just kind of like changing the shapes to more of this. I always think of it as like a bat wing, but yeah, something like that. But it doesn't need to be super highly detailed. I think if I just kind of keep it relatively simple, especially since we're working with Chrome. But yeah, maybe it's this like multi-dragon winged sphere. Like we don't need to go crazy and repaint the entire image. That's often what I'll end up doing just because I kind of like enjoy that process of just creating a whole new illustration. But with the intention of it not falling too far into the, oh, this is a draconic trap, and like making that kind of confusing to look at. I want to keep it as true to the original trap as I can. So I think that we'll do a little less of the kind of like reinvent the entire thing, and more just kind of like let's tweak some things and keep it otherwise the same. We can like adjust colors, but like overall I want to keep the silhouette very similar. A dragon knight for a dragon trap would be very cool. Yeah, yeah, like we have like sentinels and the droids and deathbots and all that, but like kitted out in like a knight's regalia that is like set up to fight a dragon, got like a flame deflecting shield and like swords and spears or whatnot. That'd be a lot of fun. Not for this trap skin, because yeah, like that would be a better draconic trap for sure. But yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Like, because I mean that's actually the thing that defeats dragons canonically is, you know, an adventurer, a knight. So that would be a pretty good trap base, and they're fun to like create and decorate is the word I was getting stuck in my head, but you know, skin up. Hello, Lint. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I'm thinking the like Smaug kind of style. Like, okay, so like if we have it kind of curled around the sphere thing, that could be kind of cool. And here's like the bottom of its tail. And then like, so I could have it like breathing fire, but I think people like the idea of it more so kind of laying in wait. I think I might be able to. So the thing is with this kind of silhouette, I really want to keep it very, very similar. So we got this like wingspan that's opened and like actively kind of doing that. So I think that I need to keep that idea for this to make sure it translates, because again, like I need to keep it very similar feeling to the original trap. So I think that I can like maybe do things like, you know, like change the direction of them, perhaps. That might not be the best. It might be better to, yeah. So the many-winged guardian. And again, like, I think that they need to be like a similar count of them, and I don't know if they need to be like segmented or detached, decoupled like this, but again, like, I want it to make sure that it feels as much like the original as I can. So instead of it being kind of like laying in wait, although I'll try to make it kind of inactive or just watching, should be fine to do. Yeah, do we do this as... Now, I want it to feel mechanical. I don't want it to feel super organic. Tiny dragon making the aura of a bigger dragon. That's pretty cute. I like that. Yeah. A droid commanding the dragon to attack. Ooh, Dragon Slayer Kingbot skin would be pretty sweet. Huh. I will not be... well, I mean, I might finish it by next Tuesday, but it's certainly not going to be in-game by then, don't you worry. If that's why you were asking about it being Tuesday. Tuesday is canonically kind of like when we do updates and all that. It's a good day of the week to kind of like make game-breaking things happen. You don't have the kind of like Monday brain fuzz, and then you got kind of like several days of scheduled work to make sure make sure nothing explodes over the next few days. There was a time when we would do kind of like code pushes and changes on Fridays, and that's just never a good idea. Back in the day, there were too many kind of weekends destroyed. We definitely don't want anyone to have to deal with that. So thinking, I'm not totally sure about this. I need to make sure it feels... Ooh, thank you, Michelle, and Larry the Friendly Knight. I kind of like it, like, just, it showed up and it landed on this trap and it, like, became a part of it. So, like, it's got its, like, tiny little talons on these discs. It like, surfs around on the discs. The circlets that pursue. It's kind of fun. Don't like that arm. I think I want it to be like a very slender serpentine dragon. Yeah, actually, Okay, the idea of it like riding on the circlet is kind of good. Um, oh yeah, it could look kind of like the Leviathan skin. Um, yeah, that's a good idea. The whole like segmented robotic kind of looking trap skin. I think that's a good way to do it. Is it like doing a tiny little roar? Or is it like spewing? Actually, no. Okay, instead of spewing fire, it's shooting that like kind of light disc. Um, so it's like this mechanical version of fire breath, right? It's kind of an interesting. Something like that could be kind of cool. Okay, I think I want to like make it even smaller though. Here I am like, no, no, I can't change the silhouette very much. Well, actually, this is closer. That's fine. I'll do this. So, yeah, okay. I wasn't actually planning on going in this kind of direction, but that's what you get with Feedback Friday is you guys give me the best ideas, and then I try to draw that and see what happens, and we go in a direction. Um, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it super like similar. I'm just gonna like change a couple of little tiny elements, barely any redraw, just kind of like add some fun details and like make it look cool. Now we're gonna do the thing. It looks like, anyways. So do the thing of taking a really cool looking trap and then just like redrawing the entire thing to be something completely different. Classic. Okay, but I really should make sure I don't stray too far. So this kind of like bloom of light, I think that pow pang zap boff other Batman noises. Um, that I think if I keep that, that helps tie it into the trap. I think it does need these kind of arches as well. Those are very much a part of the series, but we can kind of like do something fun with those. Uh, Again, I like the idea of there being these like talons, but if we have this character, maybe we don't need that. Very twisty. Okay, and then I do want to keep pretty much all of the globs. So actually, I'm gonna erase those. Try that again. You can make it bigger and have the sphere be the dragon heart. The two legs connecting the base with it. Oh, interesting. So it's like just towering out of view. That's kind of fun. Yeah. It'd be, well, actually, just because it's such a clever idea, I'm just kind of curious, like, so it's like if this was, I just want to, like, see what this is like. I definitely don't think this is the direction to take it because it's going to be, like, hard to kind of, like, you know, make it feel enough like the original, but just because this is such a neat idea. So the idea being kind of like this is like the dragon's chest. And it's like heart kind of thing with like, I guess it would have the kind of like motif here. I just think it's very fun, but yeah. Again, it'd be difficult to make it feel like the trap, just breathing flames straight down. I'm doing a little dinosaur necking up there. All right. So not that, but I like the idea. It's pretty great. Pretty fun idea. If I wasn't like I gotta make it, you know, like look like the trap, um, then I would probably explore that more. But yeah. What about a tiny robot dragon fashioned after the droids? Same type of limbs and has single islands. That's cute. So it'd be kind of that the more like chunky, kind of cylindrical body. I mean, I do love our droids. They're probably like one of my favorite creations in the game. There's just so much potential for these little doofuses. So like, got our tube limbs, got our little antenna. Um, little swivel point. Actually, I should flip its arms up, make it look like it's shrugging. Oop. Oh yeah, we'll probably do like, oh shoot, you know what? I don't think that I have time lapse going. All right, start the time lapse. There we go. Now because we're going to be going for a good amount of the day, I think. Sorry, just responding to a message I got about leatherworking stuff. Mm-hmm. All right, sorry about that. The link for Feedback Friday on the journal theme, or the journal HUD disappeared. Did it? Oh yeah, it is gone. Wonder why. Oh, probably because it times out after like the first 20, like, or half an hour. Don't know. Because I tend to go all day. or at least for several hours. But I suppose that since every other week it's Dave, we don't want that link pointing to an offline stream because he only streams for like 40 minutes. All right. So, could do like, actually, okay, what I'll do is I'll duplicate this in case I don't end up liking the direction. But I kind of like the idea of making it much more kind of these guys. Much more like our droid friends. It's got these like tube arms. It's just a series of tubes. That's what these are. Alright, so it's gonna look so much less intimidating, which is fun. I enjoy that idea. If it's gonna make for like a less awesome trap skin, then I might not pursue this idea. But right now it's just gonna look like a weird bug. So how do I do the single eye? Because I'm like, is it gonna be... Yeah, I'm not quite liking this face at all. Suppose I should probably think more like Deathbot vibes. The limb arrangement isn't awesome either. Like, I should probably make it more chunky. Like, the body of it being more chunky is probably better. Okay. Alright, so... I almost want to just, like, fashion one of the droids to the head of it. Actually, is that the way to do this? Maybe. It's just like delimbed. It is evolved. Don't know if I like this, but I am just curious as to what I can make work. Antenna for the horns. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Does it just have two antenna? It looks so alien with two. Hmm. Hmm. It's just sticking its arms up, and that's its horns. What is happening? Whee! And it's got like fangs. It's so weird. Wait. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work, but its arms are the horns, right? It's such a creepy bug-like thing. I don't like it. It looked like a droid roller. Yeah, it was like wee. Uh, okay. This is weird and curious, but like, yeah, I don't think this one particularly is working. It's very like just a Frankenstein's monster kind of vibe. I feel like this would be a better Halloween kind of design. Um, I mean, maybe if the wings were attached and more draconic, this might feel less like weird robot bug thing. Get rid of the legs. Where'd my legs go? Or it's like it's like this weird costume thing that it's wearing. And this is the mouth. It looks like it's in a loaf of bread right now. What am I even drawing? And those are its feet. Little footies. Whee! Yeah. It's there's something there, but I don't believe that this is at all what I want this trap to be. Like I want to explore this during Halloween cuz it's like weird and ridiculous and fun. But for this, I think I want to go back to kind of like a simpler, more kind of like based off the original trap. In fact, like this might be drifting further from the original trap than I want. Um, like one idea, and this might not be as like interesting and cool, so maybe we won't do it, but would be to just convert these into like wingspans, right? Without there being this kind of like dragon creature. Although I got nothing against the dragon creature. I think it's kind of cool, and I think that it doesn't change it too much because we can keep a lot of the same stuff like that light blast. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep going on this in this direction just because I think that it feels the closest to the goals that I have for it. But again, like I do want it to feel mechanical. It's just the droids themselves, um, at least the direction I was exploring with those felt a little too kind of ridiculously chaotic. Like maybe if I took it in a more like a deathbot kind of direction, that would work. Yeah, anything with the droids is fun. You're right. I do also enjoy using those wherever I can. They're just crazy little guys. They add so much character to different designs. Thanks, Digby scientists. Yeah, so this is the Chrome version of the Circlet of Pursuing. Yeah. All right. So okay. Still miss those days where droids were used as parts to buy/craft a new trap. Been a while. Been a while. All right. So okay. Let's see. I do like the flow of this. Um, I mean, I could still have it be like a singular glowing eye, or maybe it has three, because some death bots have a series of them, which is kind of cool. And so like living creatures tend to have nostrils and all that. But maybe this droid has like vents instead of nostrils. because of the kind of the brow and all that, it's kind of a weird place to put an eye in the center there. Or, ooh, what if it's like more Cylon style, like the band? Jordy. Boop, boop, boop. Kind of fun. All right, well, I can explore that when we get more detailed. Right now, I'm kind of focused on kind of like what are we actually pursuing here. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. The wingspan definitely is like it lends itself to the insect. We got like the bumblebee kind of dude. This would make like a really cool butterfly or moth or something like that, or even like a hummingbird. Let's see. Maybe it should be kind of like on the outside of this more. Yeah, I think I want it to be like riding on top of this a bit more. So okay, I'm going to okay. This one is fighting me a little bit, like trying to get that shape right is not necessarily working. Okay, so this is a big wing here. Hmm. Sorry, I'm getting quieter because I'm like trying to problem solve. It's not. I'm battling with my art right now. It's not coming willingly. All right. So maybe something like that. Hmm. feel like there is something here, though. So I want to see if I can find that. So that wing works. Again, like, it's shifting from the trap a lot, and I don't want it to go too far down that road. Let's see. Instead of drawing the whole dragon, why not just draw the dragon head? Perhaps Philomena, the Mountain Queen, would be the best model on this trap. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, multiple wings for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Treat the circlet like an egg that the dragon is protecting. That's kind of cool. We do also love our egg theme in the game. All right, but yeah, okay. So I think I actually want to simplify some of the shapes. So like here, this is very like organic dragon wing here. Very kind of detailed with the spines and all that. And if I'm going kind of like the Leviathan trap skin, maybe that is the right direction to kind of have segment and plates and all that, which I think could work for this. But I could also potentially simplify things more. And have the ideas present. I'm going to... So the original kind of idea that I had, and I haven't explored this yet, so it's something I should probably do, is like, what if I keep it pretty similar? Like, as cool as it is, like, putting a dragon character into it, I almost wonder if it's, again, like, too shifted. What if we, like, attach dragon elements to these? So like, what if we make the chrome feel like dragon scales or something? And then, like, these can become like dragon talons or something. Actually, that's kind of cool sounding. Yeah, so many good dragons to choose from. So many references we could pull. See, I think if it's kind of like motifed like this, it's going to feel very much like, okay, I recognize this trap, and it feels dragon themed without it necessarily feeling draconic, right? I hope. And then for the actual light projection thing, maybe that is more of the kind of like dragon itself. Right? Better way to do these wings. No, it's better if it's coming outwards. Hmm. I kind of, yeah, you know what? Like, these being dragon talons, kind of like closing in on the sphere feels massive and like, oh boy. Oh boy. Do not get caught by this. I know it's a departure from the like very good ideas of uh, like coiled up dragon around the sphere and all that. Those are really quite fun, but I just worry that it's like too far gone from the original trap to kind of like keep within the range that I'm attempting to, at least. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just the claw, but no dragon. Like it's just a whole bunch of dragon claws, or talons, or chrome talon. It's just doing it this way, it's so easy to keep the silhouette exactly the same and have a lot of fun with the chrome. And it's very much obvious that it's like this dragon theme going on. So yeah, I think this is maybe it feels more like there's something I can get out of this that I can like capture. I feel like I'm doing less of a kind of battle trying to get something to look correct and feel like it's going in the direction that makes sense. The earlier ones, like there's something there, but I just felt like it would be a battle to kind of like keep it constrained how I want it. Mm-hmm. Put the dragon wrapping idea around the on the onto the cork board for another time. I agree. Yeah, like it is a super great idea. Like if we ever did a Reaper's Perch kind of like update, you know, that was draconic themed, like that's what I would want to do. Having it atop like a pillar and kind of peering down, just kind of like watching. But this one's pursuing. But also like for that, yeah, like there's just so many cool ideas, things to explore. Um, Honestly, we could make any of those work somehow, but I think that for what this is, because again, like I want to make sure it's still the Chrome circlet of pursuing, right? Um, and so it's like it just has taken on draconic decorations, but it is still the same trap. Just because we have like the main reason I'm kind of being picky with this, because normally I'm not. Normally I'm like, let's just completely like make it ridiculous. You know, let's turn it into like a Dungeons and Dragons tabletop set or who knows what. You know, like make it a droid's kind of like shopping day out. The reason why I'm kind of like I want to be a bit more careful with how much of this gets reinvented is really because of this being draconically themed, but it not being a draconic power type. Uh, so yeah, it's important. With these, we could make these dragon tails. We could make them like a hand kind of grasping an orb, like a dragon's arm grasping an orb. Now, since we have these talons up here, I don't know if we need that many talons. But this is a very like classic, you know, like dragon clutching orb design. And I mean, maybe this whole thing is nothing but dragons clutching orbs. Like maybe this is an orb and it's actually got its talon wrapped around it, right? I should probably be doing looser sketches so I can kind of like knock through a bunch of these concepts quicker. Because it is already past 12 o'clock. Holy cow. Time's flying. Do we have the thumb out here or no? If we want to go classic, it's more like this. Or like the tail around the orb is also pretty good. Um, hmm. Yeah, I think because I have these talons up here, I actually do like the idea of making this an orb. Just because it's so, um, that vibe. I need to do that. Make this like a glass ball. Okay. Yeah. A Dragon Ball. The like star on there. Nice. Kind of tempted. Okay, so we keep these spheres or the circlet activity going. Basically leave that unchanged. Maybe tweak the color. But I like the idea of this being kind of like, you know how there's like some decorations, I don't know, like a Hot Topic or Spencer's Gift or whatever place that has like cool dragon incense holders and stuff. I don't know. I don't shop. Do they still make stuff like this? But a lot like there's this thing where it's just like a dragon claw holding an orb or something like that is kind of like the design. So it's making me think of that. Anyway, so yeah, if we have more orbs. It's too small. Okay, and then yeah, dragon theme for an arcane type trap. It seems that too much dragon element will make it look like a draconic trap. That's my biggest concern, I think, is just like it's gonna feel draconic, so I need to make sure it still really reads as this trap, right? Like that's critical. Um, yeah, dragon's tail holding two small orbs at the sides looks good enough. Uh, yeah, no, like that's exactly my worry, right? Is that it's gonna be like, what is this draconic trap, right? Um, So we could also do these as horns if we want. Hmm. By the way, thank you everyone for all your input. It's definitely something I always appreciate. All right. These could also, yeah, like, might be fun to make them horns as well. I'm gonna make these a separate layer. So thank you for all the heart emotes. I appreciate you. Okay, so if I turn that off, could be fun if these are just like it would make a lot of sense if these were horns, right? Especially with the size of these talons. What kind of horns would be good though? Okay, so we'll be taking lunch at 1 o'clock. It's 12:14 right now. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of like solve the sketch by lunch. That's always kind of the main goal. Is I want to kind of solve this kind of portion of the drawing and then move on to the next stage after lunch. And I also take like an hour-long lunch. Gives me a little break, refuel, all that. I have a Larry link for you all. Now that I am recording the time lapse, be able to kind of watch what we've done. And at the end of the stream, we can kind of time lapse the whole thing and enjoy the process that we've experienced together. Yeah, so we have basically like 45 minutes to try and solve what is the actual kind of design. Keep in mind that I'm probably going to do it all as Chrome to make sure it fits the original design. Maybe that. When was the last time I wore a tank top for an art stream? I have no idea. I don't know if I ever have. Maybe I haven't. 12:14 a.m. Well, it's going to be a late one for you then, because I plan on going. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world, I guess. Yeah, I'll probably end up going till at least 3 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock. Tank top of plus 50% drawing skill. I'll take it. So are all of these talons, do we think? Go back up to this layer. Do a layer underneath it in case I want to change that. So I think that I want this to be mirrored. Now these could also be horns here, just because of the positioning. But yeah, like it could be like a whole bunch of different talons. Like I kind of like the visuals of these like scales floating off a bit. Something interesting with that. Like they're just kind of being summoned in at that moment. Dragon claws are a bit too much. What about changing original butterfly into dragon wings instead of dragon claws? Yeah, I mean, that was kind of like an original idea. And like maybe if we go that direction, like I like the orb just because dragons and orbs go together. But actually, let's do. Hey, Charlie. Yeah, how you doing, girl? Okay, okay. All right. Let me see. I have like a particular idea. I just need to see a reference of it, perhaps, to like really capture it. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, like a dragon clutching an orb kind of thing, right? I don't know why it's a thing, but it's a thing. Like, where did this come from? Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Like these being more draconically winged, but like not necessarily like crazy super dragon wing, right? Just leaning in that direction. let's keep the sketch relatively quick and loose. All right. So more gently, kind of these dragon shapes, right? I do like how much exploration we're doing today. I was potentially going to start this trap skin earlier in the week, but one thing I feel like we haven't gotten to do as much is actually like designing stuff from the sketch level, and I think that's always something that's interesting to do with you all is actually kind of like coming up with the concept, and then the rendering just happens, right? How it does. You guys don't all get as much influence over that element, but being able to come up with the idea. Hmm. So yeah, I think if it's kind of like in this realm, it feels like it can still remain a little more arcane. It just has dragon motif, right? I think that's kind of the goal. So I want to make sure it looks and feels arcane. That's I think the ticket. So like if these are almost like yeah, they're dragon shaped and they kind of have that idea, but like there's, you know, like sigils and stuff kind of carved into them. Though I don't want it to feel forgotten. Um, maybe something. Okay, well, I can add to that, but yeah, I think the sphere being the same is good. Uh, yeah, I mean, like it's so easy to imagine putting more draconicness into this, but like again, I'm trying to be as weary as possible while still making it awesome and cool and like dragon-ish. I want to make sure it still remains arcane. Maybe if it's more like gemstones and stuff like that. Like Like, this is what a dragon's treasure would have. Could be a good way to kind of like have that arcane feel to it. Because I think like gems and billowy and flowy stuff is very arcane in the MouseHunt universe. Don't know if I want the chrome to kind of have this like sharpness to it. Tend to make it more rounded and globular. Yeah. Dragons don't just breathe fire. Many different things that different dragons breathe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think that that's a really good direction. Steiner, I'm terrible at names, sorry. But yeah, the idea of making the portal at the front more of the draconic element, and then keeping the base trap a little more on the arcane side. Yeah. I think that that's kind of the way to do that. I think this one here feels more like the right arm. Like it's like lifting these these orbs up. From below, from under the base. The arms rising up feels creepy to me. I don't know why, but having the elbow makes it even more so. Okay, maybe if I make these more statically pillar-like, this will actually assist in the arcane quality. But I can still give them like a draconic motif. With like the tail or something. Or it's just a very like simple magical looking kind of lamppost type things, right? But then it just does have Little dragon claws. Holding them in. Because I don't know, I gotta have the talons clutching an orb somehow. It's just too good. But less of it there is an actual dragon clutching it, more like whoever designed this was just like got that vibe. And then those could be like gems and just like valuable looking. I think also feels dragon-ish, but isn't just like here's dragon, because they're like hoarders of treasure, right? There's also these like gems at the base that I'll probably want to carry forward to be something. They could turn into piles of gold. Yeah, the rods do. Actually, it was a thought that I had. I'm like, these kind of feel like the acronym trap, which is totally fine. I actually think that that is a good thing for it to invoke because, you know, arcane, right? They were some of the first arcane traps. So if it invokes that, I think that helps reinforce our kind of like, no, 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 this is an arcane trap. It's still arcane. It just looks dragony. I think that's a better ultimate direction. It may not be like the coolest, kind of like, oh man, there's like literally a dragon that is the trap. Cool. Like we're gonna have time to do stuff like that in the future for other things, but let's make sure this is arcane. Remains. Yeah. Or the staff from the droid archmage's trap. Yeah, exactly. Also, again, like, I'm keeping these basically the same. We could even keep the colors and light the same. That's great. It had, like, that blue is more arcane-like, right? So I think I don't want to mess with that. But instead of these, like, just random globs, like, these could be dragon teeth. Or talons, I guess, but like more subtly, or maybe even just dragon scales, or maybe not. I don't know. The chrome tooth. Hmm. Hmm. Could just make the two rods look like it's summoning a dragon through the circlet, and the wings came out first. Ooh. And there's like some kind of like interaction, and the wings are like spewing forth from the. It's kind of interesting having them kind of like emerging from this. maybe. Although I imagine these rings are very much, if you ever watched Contact, that old movie, or like yeah, there's just like desk toys and stuff, where it's just like a series of these rings that just rotate around inside each other. So I imagine that something spawning out of that while it's just severely would probably have a bad time. But this does look cool with them kind of like spraying out wings. Two orbs and no dragon star. All right. There you go. Why not make it a Dragon Ball? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, just the wings is enough. I agree. Yeah, lightning bolts. Um, I mean, that feels draconic as well, right? Like, Fulmina's kind of lightning and all that. But it still feels arcane. Uh, Jacob ramblings are so important and essential to life. Yeah, good. Good, good, good. Okay, so we are at 12:38. So I think I'm feeling the most in tune with this direction. So that's good because we were kind of hitting that time limit, in my opinion, on kind of like we need to pick that direction. Yeah, I think that it being okay, these look like dragon wings, but they're not like super highly realistic looking dragon wings. They're not like they're still very chrome glob, just with a little more of a kind of flow that could be interpreted as draconic wings, right? Right? That's right. That's what we want. And the fact that there's so many is kind of fun too. Just a little bend. It almost looks like it's kind of being siphoned in. Get out here, bug. Do you ever make sound effects if you're drawing? Just like, gotta get that like swoop just right, so you kind of just do that. It's not as common for me to make sound effects while drawing, but if I am drawing a character and it has an expression, just watch my face when I'm trying to like detail that expression, because I'll often, and a lot of artists do this, they'll kind of like subconsciously start making the face as they're thinking about it. If you ever work alongside animators who are doing that, they can get quite animated. Haha. It's just like bat wings. It's kind of fun. All right. Yeah, I don't tend to do the sound effects. It's more if I'm describing something, I guess. Also, the star should be in the center, shouldn't it? There we go. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I don't tend to do that. Doing like a roar while working on the next dragon or dragon trap or something. Thankfully, not a thing. Probably comes from, well, I mean, I don't think it's super common that happens, but having worked in an office with other people, probably lessens that a bit. Right. So we are at 12:44. We got 15 minutes. The actual light splash. Oh, actually, you know what? Like, these could be, you know, teeth or scales or whatever. That could be fine. But also, they could just straight up be gemstones, like precious gems, I think would actually feel the most arcane. So I think that that's where it should go. Still feels dragonish, but also more arcanish. So let's do that. Yeah. I think that's for the best. Probably have a few extras floating around. I'll figure that out when I'm actually doing the rendering. Okay, so yeah, what do we do with these kind of like crystals? I think crystals are always like a very good arcane element. Obviously, we got a lot of them with arcane traps. So keeping them as crystals might again assist in the... Oh, okay, right, it's an arcane trap. But making them look precious might also be... but still feels dragon-like, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's like some kind of power source. It looks like something that a dragon would collect. They're shiny and precious looking. What are these? Maybe some kind of horns? Let's see. Drawn so many dragon horns. But I don't know what one I want. Is my audio like super crunchy and bad? Increase my audio volume. Yeah. Yours is at max. What's interesting is my audio setting seems to change every stream. Don't know what's up with that. And right now my input is listed as just straight up maxed out. Let's see. Audio. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I use more of the like computer systems. It's probably not something that I want to mess around with too much while live streaming. No, I don't want to disable that. Output, input, device properties. Oh, why is it set so low? Hang on. All right. Warning, I'm going to be increasing my microphone input volume starting now. So test, 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 test. Oh, that's definitely louder. Okay. That looks like I'm in the right level. Well, maybe peaking just a little. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it loud. Yeah, sorry. How about now? That seems a little better now. Okay. Yeah, so apparently I had my microphone input volume like deeper in the system set to like 42%. Now it's at 64, so that's a significant increase. But yeah, let me know if it's too loud now. Sorry about that. All right. So we got 10 minutes before we're going on lunch. I wonder if because I have like a fan in my AC unit going and stuff like that. If those kind of like made it worse, because I haven't changed really my audio stuff. Usually what happens is it just straight up breaks, or it's pointing to the wrong device or something like that. So I haven't changed the volume stuff. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I didn't know it was so low, but I can see my levels, and normally I kind of hit the yellow range, not down in green. But I try not to go too high because I'm someone who projects. I can get very loud very easily. Okay, so what if this is more like some kind of like crest? Yeah. All right. Try not to get too dragon. Yeah, okay, so these feel like dragon horns. That's cool. But keeping them simple is probably key. And maybe just to feel more like the chrome globs, if these are actually like segments of chrome that are just kind of like flowing in the shape of horns. Maybe that's a good way to pull that off. Yeah, dragons and demons got a lot of overlap. Quite right. Okay. Yeah, I think, well, maybe I don't like it being clumps like that. I think I actually might prefer it as just a single piece with twists. Because it's still like a simple shape, and as long as I don't get too crazy with it, it'll feel appropriate. I like there being kind of like faces that are bending. So it's got more kind of like edges that are twisting. Does this twist out? I think it twists out. Yeah. Yeah, I think as long as I keep it simple, it's fine. Yeah, good twisting horn. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be chroming this up. Definitely. Okay, I can solve that horn when I get to it. Cool. This swing here would look better if it's pointed out more. Just compositionally. Yeah, alright. That one doesn't feel right. I gotta fix it. So it's curving out. Under. And that curves out. Okay, we got 2 minutes. Alright, so not perfect, but it'll do. Boom, there's my alarm. Lunch. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to go on a hour-long break. I'm going to go fuel up, stretch, take Wash on a walk, all that goodness. And once we return, I shall have a Larry link for you, and we will get to start rendering this. There might be a little more kind of sketch stuff we'll figure out, but I think I'm going to start blocking in the flats. Usually by lunchtime, I like to actually have all the flats blocked in so that as soon as I return, I can start rendering. But yeah, so it is. We'll also need to like figure out kind of colors and all that goodness, but I feel more confident about this. We can take a quick look at what we did earlier, just before I jump into lunch. And I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And as well, I'll put up a time lapse so that we can kind of like see the various kind of explorations we have kind of like undergone. So like there's a lot of cool stuff going on with this. Like I like this one a lot, but again, it's so dragon that it feels a little too draconic, and that's what all the other ones were suffering from. There's literally a dragon kind of propped up on the orb here. There is just full-on big boy dragon, which really, really rad idea. I want to do this as a trap at some point. I think it's very fun. And This was like nightmare fuel, kind of weird, like the direction it was going. I'm like, this is a great Halloween trap. I'll do something with that maybe. But yeah, back to the kind of original one kind of design element I didn't end up like exploring was literally just taking the like not changing any of this, but then just kind of like scrawling dragon stuff into the surface of it and just like having it be this kind of, you know, etched design, almost like it's storytelling, right? Like that kind of an idea. And it'd just be like embossed and, you know, all these little details. And maybe it'd be a color shift too. Um, so that would look cool. It wouldn't be as obvious, I guess. It just looked like a weirder, fancier version of it. And it'd maybe be like gold kind of gilding on the chrome or something like that, because that feels dragon-like. And maybe we'll take a quick look at what that could have been. But this is neat. I don't know. I'll get to think about it over lunch. So I'm gonna put up a timer. That'll be approximately 55 minutes. Let's move this here, shrink it down, and yeah, we'll have this at the top. Or would this be better at the bottom? Let's put it down there. All right, and oh, actually, I think I can move this here. It'd be fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. I shall see you at 2 o'clock. Oh, wait. Actually, I need to do this first. Bye. Oh, wait. No, no. It's fine. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a bit. Actually, I'll put this to... Yeah. Alrighty. See you in less than an hour. Boop. Well, hello. I'm back from lunch. Hello, hello, hello. It is I. Alright. Hello, welcome back. It is toasty outside. I tell you what. My goodness. Alright, so whence we last left off, we were finishing up a sketch that I think is a decent-ish direction. There's a couple of things that, yeah, that seemed okay. That seems okay. Just want to maybe clean up the sketch in a couple of spots. But I should probably start blocking it in and cleaning up as we go, just because I think that'll be more efficient. And also, I have a Larry link. Let me grab that before I forget. Copy link and paste into chat. That had an error, apparently. Alright. Weird. Can I reload from in the pop-up? Sign in. Who am I signed in as? Probably the wrong account, because that's always what happens. Yep. Alright, let me... Go live. Okay, I'm gonna close that, reopen this, and here we go. And grab a scoop of that myself. Thanks, Larry. Alright, now pop out the chat again. Alright, cool. We're back. No idea why it decided to not work the first time, but that does happen. Close that. Cool. Okay. Yeah. It's a collaboration between Larry, Michelle, and myself, I guess. Yeah. Okay, I think this one, if I want it to feel more like the one in the background, should be scaled up a little bit. Or the one on the left side, I guess. This should feel relatively mirrored, right? Cool. Okay. Anything else? I think I like the idea of there being like several layers deep. It's just a cacophony of dragon wings bursting out of this. Which again, I think is more true to the original trap. So I think that's important. Awesome. Okay. I am happy with that. Great. Okay, so I'm going to turn the sketch down to about 30%. And can turn off the perspective stuff. I'll move this to the top. Create a new folder. And This will be for the flats. And also give this a save, which I forgot to do before lunch. Whoopsies. It does autosave, but... Okay, now, what colors should we go with? We have kind of like this nice purple kind of area, which honestly I kind of think it'd be nice to stay in that area, like that range. Got the like the amber kind of accenting this purple. We could go more gold. That feels kind of like dragon horde kind of vibe. Could be nice. Because like we don't have to make it chrome. I just figure that if we're trying to keep it related to the original trap, it's going to be easier to pull off to kind of make it reflect the original if we do use kind of like a similar chrome. It'd be less work as well. Like I might be able to finish it if I do it this way. Although, do I want to like change the clouds and stuff around? That might be good. We could go more flames and stuff, but again, not all dragons are fire. Yeah. Won't say no to some free Dragonbane charms, right? Okay. Reddish purple and gold highlights. Ooh, that does sound lovely. Yeah. We could do that. Let's see. Let's see. Now, part of the question is, like, what is the best plan of attack? I should actually potentially just kind of use the original with all of its good layering here for me to work off of. So if I move this up to this folder, I will duplicate it, and I will flatten one of them and move this above. So what I'll be able to do is turn this layer on and off to kind of reference as I'm working. Actually, I'll move this all the way to the top because I have like a handy little area down at the very bottom corner you can't really see in the screen capture that I provide. But in the bottom right is like a kind of cutout layer that's always the topmost layer. So if I want to be able to access something I can turn on and off really easily, I can put it all the way at the top. And that way, no matter where I'm scrolled to in this tree, I can still kind of pop that on and off. So that's a nice little trick that Clip Studio gives me. All right, so let's see. Best way to go forward. So if I come in here and I turn off this is my sketch. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to keep all this. Put that in its own folder. Whoop! I didn't mean to duplicate it. There we go. Okay, I will migrate this up here. Blast. deal with that later if we want. Okay, these are the actual Chrome bits, so if I turn that off, that's pretty nice. Look at this. Benefits of groups and layers and all that. Good times. What was this one? Nothing. Keep that. This is good to go. The core. These are the gems and the arms. Awesome. So turn that off. And a little bit of atmosphere. More atmosphere. More stones. In fact, I'll turn off the stones. Keep the core. That's these ones. Great. Okay, so that's the background. Backdrop. All right, so I can move the core up into this folder and grab that, move that down here, include that, move that here. Grab that and put that into its own folder. Call that background. Sweet. All right, now move this all up. Put that at the very bottom. Now I can trash that folder. Aha. Alright. So, we got our core copy here. Got our blast. And this is the trap itself. Let's move that out of that folder. Move this up. Turn that off. Nearly got it all. So many layers. There we go. And we're good. Alright, so I've removed elements that I don't want in favor of kind of creating new variants of those. What I should do is grab like a sample of this. Try that again. And move this as a reference. Oh, that didn't cut out how I expected it to. To copy. Copy and paste, not cut and paste. Move that down here and hide that. And now I can just kind of use that as a kind of reference. Sweet. Okay. I think we're ready to go. So let's start by blocking in these wings. Now, we were talking about doing more of a kind of purpley red. So like similar to what this is, kind of purple, but like we'll shift more towards orange and reds, I think. I guess it'd almost be, yeah, I'm like maybe we want to do rose gold. Those are always kind of nice. Let's do a rose gold one. Hope the Dragon Leader has a cool name with an apostrophe. I like that trend. I'm gonna toss this towards Norm. See what he does with that information. I like how, yeah, the apostrophe makes them just extra powerful. Alright, will the Draconic Depths have any influence on this background, or just sticking with the sky motif of the other circlets? I mean, actually, though, that's a great concept to kind of like use a different... Yeah, like, I kind of want to change the background for that sake. Yeah, I have ideas. Alright, I'll save that closer to the end, maybe. See if I can pull that off. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We'll go more... This seems like a good rose gold color here. Let's start with... Sorry, just threw that at Norm because I thought it was really funny. It's an interesting idea of like the apostrophe kind of signifying, you know, a more powerful creature. I think part of what it is as well is they're like, the ones with the apostrophes are like named, you know, they're not like a mouse that is just kind of like a categorical character, like a blah blah gatherer or something. It's like a name, right? So I think that adds to that. All right, I'm gonna put this wing set, should be in a folder behind the core copy, and also I'll probably do a group in front, but definitely doing background first. Okay, so this one's nice and far back. We should also do a sphere test, since we're doing metallic. Anything with like a lot of reflections, obviously chrome stuff. I find that doing a sphere test is certainly a benefit. Okay, can do this layer here. Now again, I don't think I want like super sharp edges on the chrome, because again, if it's kind of referencing this original trap, um, the like floating chrome is kind of more globular. It's got like a certain surface tension because it's like in its like liquid form. I do kind of like this swoop back. It feels a little less batwing and more dragon with a kind of detail like that. So maybe I should do a little more of that kind of angle on some of this. It's kind of a fun action as well. So let's see. This one's kind of at the side, so it's a bit thinner. Hi, Charlie. I'm gonna come and like get all toasty on my lap. Nope. Okay, go behind the monitor. Let's see. Oh man, there's so much deep lore that like we have never like not gotten to. One day we were discussing more of the potential to kind of like bring out some lore with future content. I'm excited for that. Okay. So, swoopiness here. Because I think this feels, again, it's more serpentine, more dragon-like. I like that. Like if I turn off the sketch, it might be a little clearer. Yeah, that feels more like draconic. But not too draconic, right? Okay. Also, let's do a sphere test. Put this up underneath this reference. Let's put this right here. And what do we want to go with? Maybe more earthy. I do like the purple as well. Maybe a little more orange and gold. Okay, and then a little bit of more neutral kind of grays. down on the bottom. Yeah, I think purple is good. It's a little more magical with the purple going on there. Maybe we get like some of this blue. Yeah. Makes less sense reflecting on the chromy metallic surface actually, so maybe I need to kind of do something more like that to get away with that kind of cyan feeling color. No, it's fine. Yeah, I think that that's a fun color. It's a lot more kind of red tint. Is there any relation between Dracano and Draconic Depths? Yes, but I'm not going to go into it. I'll leave it at that. Stormy Sky is kind of cool too. Do we go darker themed? With the wings the way they are and all that, like, I want to show off the shine and magic and glint and all that. Doing a Stormy Sky is cool. I mean, we got these orbs, the light blast. Maybe we rethink this this sphere into something a little different. Ooh. I can't draw when you're like parked in front of the monitor. Sorry, girl. Okay, so what we could do is start with a more like a darker Fulmina sky, right? Purple hazy clouds or something. Get that like the arcane cyan, I think, is critical. So we have like the core underneath of it, and like these orbs off to the side, as well as the, like, blast in front if we wanted to. Do something more like that. Maybe I flatten this out a bit more. we flip it so that it's the top is... This might be the better way. Get our kind of like stormy horizon. We go like more red towards the outskirt. And more like worried it'll feel too different from the original trap if I kind of like change the palette so dramatically. And actually I still want that light source in the top right, just because the base cheese react to that. So we can't kind of lose that too dramatically. But this kind of like, I mean, it almost would have kind of like an opal-y, or onyx, I guess, kind of black glass vibe if we want it to, which is kind of cool. I mean, maybe we make it more opal? Nah, it's probably too far, actually. I think that would be too much of a departure. Okay, so let's go a bit darker. Here. It'd look neat, but not sold on this one. Definitely an interesting potential. I think rose gold will look quite lovely. And it'll kind of have this almost like sunset look to it, which could be nice. But then again, like, to kind of make it really lean into the arcane, maybe we actually do just want it to be kind of, well, more purple. So like if I duplicate this, and what if I just try a tonal correction? Just shift the hue until we find something that's a little more need to not shift all the hues, but rather color balance hue. Highlights. See, that's a nice kind of magical coloration down there. Yeah, basically rose gold, but more purple. Feels quite magical. I think that's probably the ticket right there. That's more traditional rose gold-ish. Got like deep night. Like this feels more rifty, the in shadow and darkness. So let's go with this kind of like magically amplified rose gold. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's do it. All right, in which case I can probably I'll group this into my references folder. These need to be up in here. There we go. And oh, I see. There we go. All right, that's fine. I don't need this one so much, right? At the click of the button, but this one, being able to just kind of hide that completely, is probably the better reference to work off of. Okie dokie. All right, so where we're at. Let's use. We'll continue to use this as my flats brush color. There we are, wings. And let's just keep plopping some of these in. Got one down here. just round those tips just a little bit. Don't want them to be incredibly sharp or anything. Keeping it globby style. Yeah, it's interesting how that little curve in just suddenly feels more draconic. Okay. Seems fine. Pull this one in a bit more. Cool. All right, we're going to do another layer. Turn the sketch back on. And we shall grab that color because it's slightly different. So I recently-ish went into a place called Exotic Woods out in Burlington, kind of outside the city, to get some nice exotic woods for handle making. And the co-op maker space that I'm a part of, there's like a blacksmith hammer that had its handle broken, so I ended up rehandling it, and I used a purple heart as kind of like part of the core wood. And it's quite a beautiful wood. When you like freshly cut it and kind of plane down the surface, it's kind of like a purple-ish brown, or like brownish gray. But as it's exposed to ultraviolet light, it like actually becomes this like deeply vibrant purple. Over enough time, it turns into kind of like a much darker brown. But for a good while, if you kind of like treat it and protect it, then it ends up kind of having this really rich purple color. And so what I did was I laminated it together with quite a few different pieces. So there's like a very thin red that's the very middle of the handle, and then there's like 1/8 inch strips of black sandwiching that, and then like 2 1/4 inch pieces of purple heart on the outsides of those, and then a London lacewood on the outside of that, which has this kind of like scaly look to it. So ended up looking quite nice. We'll see how much nicer it looks over time too, as it develops more of that purple core. Because right now the scales on the sides, mention it's kind of scaly looking, but they're also called scales when it's like the outer laminate. Hi again, Charlie. You can't go right there. I can't see what I'm drawing. The purple heart and the lacewood currently look a little too similar in color, so hopefully that'll change and become more dramatically different over time. Let's see. I can share a picture of that probably. Let me see. Do I have it here? Ah, I do. Okay. Let's see. So, put this here. I'll put that at the top. There you go. So it's not as like rich and purple, and like the photo doesn't really do it justice. Like that line right in between the black is actually like a very bright, deep red. It's not the best photo. Let's see. I have a different one that, for whatever reason, the lighting kind of captured it better. Slightly better. Yeah, there's this kind of like, it's just a grainy photo. It's just like, I uploaded this to Discord and then copied it, and so it's probably not the best way to... Oh, this one actually maybe shows the best colors. It's like being oiled right here, and you can kind of see that seam. But again, yeah, the quality is quite poor on those photos, so. Also, I have a very good picture of wash. I got him an antler, new antler, like the other day. And he's just like, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Anyways. We'll see if undoing removes it from the time lapse. I think it does. See if there's suddenly like just a single frame flash of Washburn munching on an antler. How can one curb MouseHunt addiction? So I guess that the way that I understand addiction is it's like becoming an impediment, a problem. So if it is actually like getting in the way of your being healthy and taking care of yourself, we don't want that. I don't want that. We don't want it to be an unhealthy habit, right? Like if you're not sleeping properly and ignoring kind of the things you should focus on because of playing Mouse Hunt or other games, like that's not ideal. That's not good for you. Um, so in cases where that's happening, like I honestly think that it might be best to just kind of like cold turkey it, kind of remove that like element that can kind of like be your worst enemy for a time, so you can kind of break that cycle, hopefully. Um, but if it's just like you really enjoy it and you just play it a lot, but like it's not in the way, it's just something you are kind of like you have a lot of just kind of like you get a lot out of it, you enjoy it, and you play it every day. It's designed in a way that it shouldn't be an impediment to your day to day, right? Like on your phone, you can literally just kind of like tap one button, not even have to open the app to sound your horn, and then like maybe you kind of check in once a day to kind of like configure your trap or craft some cheese or whatever. Um, so it is designed to hopefully allow you to kind of like play it as much as you want, but not be, a problem, right? Honestly, if it is a problem, I would say just kind of quit for a while. Like remove it, focus on what you need to. That stuff's more important than gaming. You need to be healthy, take care of yourself. Because like it can be hard if you are addicted to something to kind of like just kind of tone it down a little. Like when you're still kind of like interacting with it, it can very easily kind of like control you. So like honestly, that's my honest advice about it. Is if it is actually a problem, then you might need to take a good solid break from it, and many people do. Um, but yeah, otherwise, like if it's not a problem, if it's not in the way, then like we designed it to kind of like be fun and enjoyable and something you get to do every day, and so maybe self-assess that and see what's going on, if it's actually unhealthy, or you're just kind of like, no, I'm a fan, I enjoy it, I play it every day, like um, yeah, you should, like, ultimately you should be able to play it in a way that it's not going to get in your way. Like I think like there's certainly some ways to play it where you might kind of like overdo it, and that's all you're doing. Like you could play the market and like go crazy on maps and play super actively, and it could eat up a lot more time than you might want. But honestly, like I think kind of balance is important, and you should be able to play it in a way that it is not going to be a problem. So if you're finding it's being a problem, maybe look at your habits around that and see if there's maybe a way that you could kind of pull that back. So yeah. Mm. Mesa needs an Apple Watch integration to make sure you sleep and doesn't let you hunt if you don't get your 8 hours. That's a Honestly, that's a clever like concept. There's actually something that I've done with my ADHD kind of journey, because this is something that I've struggled with, is like video game addiction and stuff like that. It's very easy for my mindset to kind of just like play a video game for 8 hours and like not sleep properly, and like mess myself up like that, and that's not good. um, it's certainly a problem at times. And one thing that I have is and I don't know how you do it on Apple Watch or anything, but I have a like programmed into Windows, up and like a like Windows OS alert that pops up at 11 p.m. And it basically is like, hey, if you're like watching YouTube, if you're playing video games or whatever, it's time to kind of wrap that up, like finish your video, finish the run in your game or whatever you're doing, and then like shut it down, like remove yourself. Like there's what is the 4 R's, which is like remove, your distractions, reset your space. So like, clean the kitchen or do like a chore after you remove yourself from your shows or whatever. Do your chore, retire, or retire. So like go and like enjoy a book in bed and just kind of like relax and then rest, and that's fall asleep. Um, and so the thing that I have is I have this pop up that happens, and it will interrupt any game I'm in. It'll like if I'm like playing some like first person shooter online game, it will pop up and like I lose control at 11 o'clock. It like overrides whatever I have going. So I can't ignore it. It just happens, right? Every day. And then if I keep going after that, if I let myself ignore that and I like break that rule, I make an agreement with myself that if I kind of like am bad and I don't listen to my kind of like my take care of yourself kind of side, then I just don't even let myself engage with that kind of stuff the next day. I like lock myself out of it. So if I game to like 3 a.m. because I ignored that and I like lost track of time, which is very easy for me to do, then I just kind of like ban myself from it the next day. And that certainly is like a behavior kind of like exercise that can kind of help. Because I personally have a mindset where I can very easily kind of like slip into those modes, and it's important to take care of yourself, right? But yeah, I don't know about Apple Watch. Maybe there is some kind of thing you can use in Apple. I know there's like focus programs and stuff like that on smartphones, and Apple likely has something that like maybe it turns off notifications. Maybe you can tell it to do that, so then you won't get like your horn is ready notification after a certain hour. That might be a thing that you could configure. I would look into it, honestly. Like, I think that's a good idea to kind of like give yourself those tools, because like our brains, we are at the behest of our brains, and they are powerful and they're very good at doing dumb things. Because it's how we used to survive for thousands of years. We needed to like think about things in really easy like certain ways, but like in the modern age, it hasn't necessarily benefited us super well. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of like random surface thoughts. Thanks for getting me into ramble mode. I was like, I'm being kind of quiet. Maybe I should ramble about something. But yeah, I mean, I think giving yourself guardrails, tools, stuff like that, if you need them, is totally awesome. And I encourage it. And I do it myself. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have my phone also goes into like nighttime mode at 11, so like no notifications happen, and I can like turn it off for half an hour at a time if I'm like needing to. It also like goes into like grayscale, so like if I was watching YouTube or whatever, or like browsing Instagram or something, it like suddenly everything goes gray, and I'm like, oh right, it's that time of the evening. I need to kind of like go into my wind down ritual, because I can just wake up and do it tomorrow. I don't need to like stay up and do this thing, right? Deal with it in the morning. Also, like, I'll have more energy and better focus and all that stuff. It's good to have. And honestly, like, I talk about it like I'm really good at this. I'm not. Like, I definitely, break that kind of like rule or the contract with myself far too often, and I need to kind of like continually, reset that, and like be like, well, guess I can't play that tomorrow, even though like if I just, followed my ritual and like was a good person to myself, I'd be able to responsibly enjoy it the next day. But yeah, it's not my strongest suit. But I think as long as you kind of like work towards it, and like have some have a deal with yourself you know, make that agreement, it can certainly make that better for you. All right, so let's do another layer of wings. All right, let's go into the purples. Also, I got a message. Let me see what that is. 3 o'clock already. My goodness, time is flying today. Okay. Okay. That's a good question. How do I sound the horn without opening the app? I don't see the setting. So, at least on Android, I'm pretty sure the iPhone has it. I don't use an iPhone. I haven't forever. But you can, like, when you install MouseHunt on your phone, you can enable the widget, the MouseHunt widget. And you can just have that on your home screen effectively. And, like, when your horn's ready, you just tap the button and then it'll, like, show you what you caught in that same widget. And that's it. Like, you just turn, like, you wake up your phone and pop, and then turn it off kind of thing. It's very quite nice like that. Actually, I tend to sound the horn from my phone, actually. And you need to, like, open the app to refresh the widget every once in a while, because it can kind of, like, lose sync. But yeah, I could not catch. But yeah, it's like little widget right here. Boop. And then if you tap through again, it'll open the app and stuff. But it's a nice little thing. And it's very good when you're kind of set up for your run. You just don't think, keep going. Check in on it later. Yeah, I tend to use my phone for the most part, or my computer, just because I'm often at my computer, and I have, like, a dedicated corner of one of my 3 monitors where MouseHunt lives. Is there too many wings on this side? Nah, it's not possible. This one, I think actually we'll need to go above the core. Okay, sorry, there was a question I meant to answer. So with many artworks in MouseHunt, how long on average do you take to draw a mouse? It really depends. If we're talking, like, you're kind of like fodder mice, the farming basic easy kind of, like, they're purposefully simpler characters, the low tier. Those right now take, like, 2 days probably. Whereas, like, a boss, like a really epic character, will take, like, a full week. And traps generally take, yeah, like 3 days to a week. Trap skins are usually like 2 days plus. Like, it used to be that I would crack out a character in a single day, but that was, like, when they were much simpler, lower res, lower detail, and I just kind of, like, was churning them out with less kind of, like, care in a way. Well, not less care. It's just, like, I didn't kind of put as much effort in that I do nowadays, just because I kind of think about things more and like to kind of push it further. So I spend a little more time. But yeah, I can really sit with an image for, like some, like really epic characters take, like, 2 weeks potentially. That's definitely kind of the upper limit that we try to avoid, because that's quite a long time for a single asset. But, you know, for some things it can certainly be worth it. And I know I'm not exactly the fastest on the art team either. Sometimes I will kind of sit and like chew on a piece of artwork longer than anyone else would. I try not to do that too often. But it certainly is something I've been guilty of. But I mean, they generally, you know, like you can tell the amount of effort that I put into some of them. Like, definitely is a lot to look at. And honestly, like, I know better, but a lot of the detail isn't translated in game. You know, like the resolution that we display stuff at isn't the resolution I'm often kind of illustrating at, which is kind of one of the reasons why I get away with it more, because on Feedback Friday we get to zoom in and really kind of like relish in the details, and a lot of the time this is the only place that you get to see that much detail happening. So part of the benefit of being here live is you get to see more than your fellow player. Also, you get to help participate in creation of many interesting elements of this game. Who doesn't love, like, being a part of creating a game world? It's probably one of my favorite things, is that, like, you all actually shape the MouseHunt universe through providing feedback and just kind of like giving me input during the stream. Again, like, most of the stuff I create on Feedback Friday wouldn't have turned out the way it does if it wasn't for the audience participation and input. Haven't done very many straw polls recently. That used to be a thing that we did more, where it'd be down to a vote to see what direction we take things in. Nowadays, I tend to just kind of be like, all right, I'm going to try a little of everything that people suggest, and then I'll pick what actually is the best course. But, you know, if sometimes I'm like, I can't decide, then using a poll is certainly something to do. There might even be a way to do polls in YouTube chat now. I don't know. Should probably look into stuff like that. Be fun to kind of like use those again. There's a game that I've been picking up again, playing here and there. It's a pretty amazing little title that is certainly not for everybody, but I love it just for the kind of ridiculous stuff that can happen in it. And I come from a time when like I used to play multi-user dungeon, just text-based online kind of games. So visuals, not really a thing, right? You're just reading and writing and kind of like go right or go east or open door, pick up staff, stuff like that. And that kind of gaming was like something I loved to do. So there's this game. It's not like text-based, but it's kind of like of that era where it's kind of like the original roguelike kind of style where it's all ASCII characters on a screen. So it has graphics. They're just really low quality, like Dwarven Fortress kind of vibe. But this one's called Caves of Cud, and it's just absolutely immensely massive, the potential of what you can kind of get up to in the game. Like you can be a mutant and grow extra limbs. Like you can have multiple heads and arms and legs, and ridiculous things can happen, like growing extra faces on your elbows and stuff like that. And uh, just it's very wild. Um, and yeah, so I've just been kind of like enjoying that little title, seeing if I can get further than I've ever gotten before, because there is actually like a storyline that you're trying to do. And when I've done it before, I just kind of like wander and see what would happen. Very Fallout kind of, get distracted by everything that comes up style of play. Um, but I'm trying to actually like pursue the storyline to see what actually happens. And normally I play on kind of like proper roguelike style where when you like die in it, you lose the character. It just deletes your save file. Um, and you just have to start over. And I enjoy that. I love that. Like, it makes it very high stakes. Like if you can't win a battle, do not engage, run away. You have to like really be careful with your supplies and stuff, because it's like, a dungeon crawl, but also like survival. Um, but yeah, so I'm playing on kind of like role play mode where you can reload from major kind of locations, and those are checkpoints. So I've actually been able to like get further, because it is an unforgiving game where you can just like go to the next map over, and suddenly there's like 16 fire breathing dragons that you weren't expecting, and they all take a turn and like roast you in one turn. Um, and that stuff can just happen. Or like you're kitted out and you like have all the gear you need, but then there's just one thing that like gets through your like well designed and carefully crafted defenses and offensive abilities, and then it can just like nuke you. Um, so as much as I enjoy kind of like having to restart, it's also nice to be able to actually like get further in the game, because there is interesting stuff happening in it now that I'm actually experiencing that. Yeah, if you ever want like weird Jacob game recommendations. Also, I think the reason I brought this one up is it is actually like it doesn't look awesome from the outside. Like you look at it and you're like, ew, this looks kind of bad. The graphics aren't nice. Um, and like unless you're into that kind of like dungeon crawl style game, it's probably not your cup of tea. But for people whose cup of tea it is, be careful with that. It is one of those games where you can definitely like develop bad habits and like lose sleep over. When I play it, sometimes I'm like, how did 2 hours just vanish? Because it's good, it's engaging, but yeah, it's can be addictive. So you've been warned. Let's see. Any advice for someone who would like to pick up Illustrator drawing like myself? So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's so many different ways you can go about it. Obviously, the internet, like YouTube, is full of an immense amount of tutorials, which, or like drawing theory and stuff like that. But there is no greater teacher than actually picking it up and just starting it. Like, my biggest advice is like don't try drawing and like with the goal of it's going to look good, and you're going to be like, oh man, this looks so good. Like if you go in with that mindset, you're going to kind of like burn yourself out, because like 90% of the time you're drawing, it's going to look bad. And only after you've gotten like enough experience and like understand what you're doing, that you can start to kind of push it past that into the final stage where it starts to look nice. And there's just like years and years and years of kind of like, well, there's a lifetime of knowledge to gather, and you will never gather it all. I will never gather it all. Um, but every drawing you can potentially learn more. So every drawing you do is one step closer to your goals of being a better illustrator, right? Um, Something that I recommend, a lot of people don't give this advice or they don't necessarily believe it is like the right way, but I think it's actually quite valuable is look like take a piece of artwork that you really like that you think is great that like you'd love to like be able to draw that way, like literally have it, if you're like digitally drawing or whatever, like have it as your reference and actually try to recreate that. Don't post it as like I did this, like don't do that because that's plagiarism. But do literally try and replicate it and copy it for the purpose of learning, because what that will do is it'll help you actually like start to maybe understand why the artist started to render things the way they did, or like the design philosophy behind it. Like the more you do that, the more you start to kind of like pick up these concepts and start to figure it out. Like if a design or a character design or something has like really interesting, great shape language, and you start copying that, you'll start to kind of understand it more than if someone was just like on a podcast explaining it to you, right? It's good to have like that like lesson of like this is what composition is and how it works, and like discussions of that, and like learning that, but like actually like doing it and applying it is definitely gonna like cement that information. Um, but yeah, don't be afraid of failure. Make terrible bad art, throw it away. It doesn't matter. If you are gonna be like uh, bothered by making bad art, then it's gonna be a rough time because you're gonna make a lot of bad art, and that's awesome. Our failures are what teach us, right? So when you make that bad piece of art, take a look at it and see if you can like analyze it and like try to pick apart why maybe it isn't right, why it's not working. Flip it around. Sometimes that can reveal things. Like look at it with the lens of like, are my values an issue? Like if I look at it in grayscale, can I see what's happening? That can sometimes be an issue. Um, uh, yeah, and just like create. The more you draw, the better you get, right? It's like playing the piano. You're not going to be any good when you first start. So just pick it up and start. In terms of like programs, there's like a bunch of free ones if you're doing digital. I think GIMP is one. There's a bunch of like cheaper ones. This one that I use, Clip Studio, is very good. It costs money. Sometimes it's on good sale, but it's a one-time purchase. If you have an iPad, I highly recommend Procreate. I personally don't use it, but it's an amazing, amazing iPad application. I think it costs like 15 or 20 bucks, and it's like, okay, so if you know this animation studio Trigger, they do some of the greatest anime movies of all time. The animators now are using Procreate on iPads to animate movies. Like they're insane. And yeah, Procreate's amazing. There's now like an animation suite that it has. It's good stuff. But yeah, I think you need an iPad to do that. But I highly recommend that. I don't have an iPad, that's why I don't do it. But everybody I know that uses it, it's like a game changer. If you're asking specifically Illustrator, like Adobe Illustrator, that's different from what I do, because Adobe Illustrator is a vector program. It's using like geometry and math, and you can do like rendered artwork with it. I used to do that back in college and some freelance stuff after college. Um, but that is a different kind of rendering. What I'm doing here is like rasterized, so it's pixel based, right? Um, like I'm actually drawing in each of the pixels, and I can kind of like adjust every pixel. Vector is you're like creating shapes with fill colors and gradients and stuff like that. But yeah, you can get some amazing stuff from either. If you're doing traditional, then yeah, I mean, like get some cheap acrylics and like Conte and whatever mediums you want to do, and just make some mess. No better way to start than to start. That's my advice around that. But I mean, like, as an example, I've been an artist my whole life, right? Like, since I was a child, I've been kind of doodling and drawing. Always in class, I would be like scribbling. It actually helped me stay focused when I was in school. So, because I kind of occupied a certain part of my faculties by just kind of doodling in the margins, kind of thing. Um, and then I went to, like I took an art high school thing and went to art college and all that. And I've been working in the art industry for pretty much all of my actual like working career, aside from like little stints after school. So it takes a long time. But it can be done. You can learn for sure. Also, there's a really great kind of website that has like pretty impressive courses that I used to be a part of, or well, take. Probably the best art lessons I've ever gotten is from a guy named Sam Nielsen. And his classes are still available on a website called Schoolism, made by like someone I knew in college, Bobby Chu. He's worked in movies and the industry and all that. And yeah, like there's Sam Nielsen's advanced lighting and lighting fundamentals that you can just kind of like get as an online class and watch his videos. And I guess in that archive there is him critiquing my assignments, because I've taken his classes where it is actually a one-on-one, where like he gets my assignments and he'll talk about them directly. Like that's the best way, is actually having another artist painting over your own artwork. That is such a amazing way to learn. When I did my game jam, I had a friend of mine who's a really amazing pixel artist, and they were helping me with my pixel art. I kind of like would create a design, and then I'd be like, here, make this better, and we would get together on Discord, and they would paint directly over top of my piece and explain why they're making these changes. And that is like such an amazing way to learn. And the same kind of thing happened with the online course, where I'd submit the assignment and Sam would record himself painting over top of my assignment and explaining what he's doing and why he's changing it the way he does. And again, like that it just is such a good way to kind of like learn that kind of stuff. So if you have any kind of opportunity to have a mentor, that's very powerful stuff. But everybody's journeys are different, and just expect it to be like frustrating, and like imagine how a musician has to learn. Like you make a lot of mistakes, you don't do good at it for a long time, and and slowly but surely start to figure it out. And then once you have your footing, it's just, there's always more to learn. You can always become a better musician. You can always kind of like, that's one of the things about the arts, is you can always kind of like develop it. And I think that is a beautiful thing about it. Okay, I'm going to make this a separate layer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a symmetrical ruler. And move that over. Try and get that in the center. There we go. Yeah. I also like, I would say that I'm a relatively skilled illustrator. I've definitely put in my hours. I know what I'm doing, and I'm capable, right? But I'm always trying to learn more, and there is always more to learn. So as long as you're in that kind of a mindset, then you're good. Suppose I could just like copy this over so they're more consistent. So this, is Sheridan College a good school for someone who wants an undergraduate degree in Adobe Illustrator? I wouldn't take the like full program to learn one like illustration tool. Especially Adobe Illustrator is more for like graphic design, right? And at least when I went to college, it was a very different environment than it is nowadays. I can't really tell you how it is nowadays. When I was in Sheridan, they didn't allow us to do digital artwork at all. I had to fight for my fourth year, because it was a 4-year program when I took it. I ended up teaching like the Photoshop class, or like the computer class, like in the first few years, basically, because the teachers didn't know how to use Photoshop or Illustrator or anything like that. There was like a graphic design class where I did use Illustrator, and that was great. I learned stuff from that class that was really good. But again, like there's honestly like really good like things you can just study online. If you're self-determined, you can learn more faster, in my opinion, for free than like a college program. The benefit of like a school atmosphere like that is you have, like assignments and like things you need to follow through on. You sometimes get direct feedback, but honestly I found that like even when I was in there, it was like the classrooms were so full that like you got like 1 minute, 2 minutes with the teacher to give you feedback on your assignment, and it wasn't like as kind of deep as I would necessarily have been able to benefit from. But also I wasn't like, when I was in college, I wasn't as focused on getting as much out of it as I could have. So that's partially on me. Um, it was very expensive, but I found it was good for me. But like again, like if you're trying to just learn Illustrator and that's the purpose, I wouldn't say that that's the way to go, because like there wasn't a class that I had that was like, here's how you use Adobe Illustrator. It was like, here's graphic design course, and we use Adobe Illustrator often for that. Um, but like you're not learning how to use it. You're learning principles on like composition, text, layout, that kind of stuff. Um, so I would just probably, if you have the correct mindset is the challenge. Like you need to be self-determined to do it this way. But like I think the resources are out there nowadays that you can learn any skill you want if you know how to find it and pursue it, and like find the community potentially to help you with it. Um, but yeah, honestly though, like schools are definitely, you know, a good thing to do as well. So I'm not trying to say like don't do that. Um, but it might not be worth it if you're just trying to learn a single program as well. Um, yeah, the structure of it is useful. Um, certainly can be. Yeah. Yep, yep. And the piece of paper is also another factor, right? Like if you're looking for work in that field, you know, like having a like I graduated from here is certainly, you know, a feather in the hat. Um, but when it comes to like the kind of like art world and like work in that, honestly, being able to show here's what I have made, here's stuff that I can do, is more like potent for a lot of studios. Maybe not all, but like I don't think there are studios, or they shouldn't anyways. They maybe exist where it's like, oh, if you didn't get a degree from, you know, like prestigious school or something like that, we're just not even going to look. Um, for like that, the art world and stuff, they're going to be looking at your portfolio, and like where you went to school is like certainly, you know, something that they may pay attention to, but like if you're an incredible artist and you're entirely self-taught and you're just awesome, it doesn't matter if you went to school somewhere, you're really good, right? um, uh, when I was in college in the first 2 years, the best artists that I was in school with all quit. They were like, this is too slow. I need to just like get out there and do my thing. And they were amazing artists. One of them, I think he left at like the third year, so he's stuck around for a while. But um, he's like, he was one of the art directors of Into the Spider Verse, right? And like as soon as I saw like stuff about that movie, I recognized his work. You know, like I instantly was like, oh my god, like this is like I can see Patrick O'Keefe's stuff in here, and like, you know, like he's just a really amazing artist. And like other artists like were doing like gallery work and, you know, like traveling, and you know, it's just like um I don't know what I'm getting at with that. I'm not drawing as I ramble, but like a good studio, it's not a requirement, the diploma and stuff like that. Again, it's not a bad thing. The structure is very important and helpful for a lot of people. I would not have kind of like pursued the arts in the same way had I not had that structure, right? It definitely was a benefit for me, and it also ended up getting me the contracts, and like um, connections that ended up where I am today. Like I met Giorgio through college, and you know, I basically hounded him about like, hey, I'm looking for like any opportunity to do cool art and stuff, and like sometimes you and Dave uh, have like these weird ideas that you want. Maybe you want someone to draw it on a whiteboard for you. I'm open. I'm looking for art work. So if you need an artist, hit me up. And eventually that worked. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's part of a journey. You know, if it's your journey, awesome. I don't know. it was part of mine. But yeah, so definitely like just look up stuff online on how to use Illustrator. Copy works as a like learning tool, you know. Try and replicate what you love. Like for Illustrator, I mean, I don't know what kind of work you want to do, but like there's like really amazing graphical kind of like stuff that you could recreate with that. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Into the Spider Verse is just so beautiful. Absolutely. Like it's so well written, the art and just design. Like it blew me away. I was so impressed. Um, so yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. If you have that mindset, Roxanne, of like looking at something to learn from it, like that's awesome. That's good stuff. You know, like literally kind of like trying to analyze it and be like, why did they make this choice? Is part of the way you learn from. Like one of the things that we did a lot in school was like learning from the masters, where you look at like, you know, one of the masters' paintings and the teacher expresses like here's what they're doing and why it's working and like Singer Sargent and like the idea of like not painting detail into shadows and having those be lost edges and stuff. Actually, I think I learned that from a schoolism class, not from Sheridan, but like that's what like a teacher with a format and like a lesson plan can help you understand about analyzing stuff. Because like you can look at really good artwork and you can kind of be like, yeah, like they used some like blue in the skin and that does something. I don't quite get it, but like having someone explain what is going on, why it works, what is like, you know, like subsurface scattering. Why do these edges glow, and like why does light do this and that? Like having someone breaks it down in a way that you can understand it is invaluable, certainly. So that's what you would want. But yeah. All right. What else do I want for here? Okay, so I need like gems. It's already nearly 4 o'clock. Okay, so it's a bit slower today than I was kind of hoping for, but it is what it is. I'm gonna do a layer in a group and call this gemstones. And let's go with like maybe a nice sapphire. And you can always kind of like hang out on stream with me and ask art questions, and I will do my best to answer them. I can't necessarily give direct advice, but you are welcome to message me on Discord. You can find me in the MouseHunt um, Discord there, and like drop me a message if you have other art questions, and you're even welcome to like send me work you do and like, you know, just ask me stuff. I'm happy to share my experience where I can. Um, always like to encourage other artists and, you know, just be helpful somehow, maybe. Okay. Now I don't know if I'll go with this color in the end. Just kind of throwing it in here so we have some flats that we can just kind of quickly paint over with whatever color we want. So one thing I'm thinking of is uh, the silhouette language of these materials. With the wings, because I want it to be this kind of like gloopy chrome, I don't want there to be like hard, sharp edges anywhere. Like it can come to kind of like a point, but I want it to be rounded. I don't want it to be like a sharp angle. Um, and so that helps define the texture of this material. It's round. It's kind of smooth. It's curved. It's slopey. It's like this weird liquid metal. For the gemstones, however, I want all of the edges to be like these sharp facets. I want it to overpaint and carve away to have sharp cutting edges. And having a contrast of materials is something that is visually pleasing and interesting to us. Often you want to have kind of like a combination of hard edges, soft edges, that can kind of complement and contrast each other in the same piece. It just makes it more visually interesting, right? So that's something I'm thinking about right now with these gemstones. Is I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give these like really sharp feeling edges. Another thing about sharp rocks is that implies that they aren't weathered, right? A kind of like jagged mountain implies that it's younger and like it hasn't been out in the elements for thousands of years, slowly kind of like being dissolved by rain, effectively, right? And wind and all that. And so like freshly cracked crystals feel like they got a lot of energy and kind of like vitality to them. You can also have like very smooth and polished gems, and those can kind of feel like wise and ancient and old, sure, right? Who knows? Maybe I'm just kind of like making all this up, but like it can be cut with intention, and that makes it look, controlled by like man and sculpted and made into something purposefully. So like the gems floating around here are going to be like cut gems likely. But if it's like organically grown and like natural looking, like these kind of like weirdly faceted crystal clumps and stuff, like that looks like nature did this or some kind of magic grew these, and it's just like the way that it's supposed to be. So that's kind of like thoughts that like you look at, like a drawing of like a weird mage or something, and they got like whatever crystals on them. You don't necessarily look at it and you think of that stuff, right? But like that stuff matters. Not like crazy amount, but like it does actually give a little bit of kind of like impact on the final design of the character or whatever, right? Like, these are just things that illustrators might be thinking of that you may not realize, right? Like, just the simple silhouette of like a material can tell a story. But yeah, we do that all the time in MouseHunt. I feel like that's most of the job, is like thinking of those little details and like putting them in there that like people may never realize, but these are the things that matter in my mind for like what builds this universe that we have. Is there's those little details that like we think of, and we put in there because that stuff matters to us and is interesting. Okay, let's give this a save. Hmm. Oh, yeah. The comment about I think that largely depends on if you're looking at smaller studio slash indie areas versus trying to get into bigger corporate positions. You're quite right. Like I think you're right about like smaller, more kind of like like tight knit studios are going to look more at the portfolio and like what is this person's skill set specifically, and less about like okay, like where did you come from, what's your history. Whereas a bigger corporate kind of like environment, they may get so much stuff coming in that that might be a good filter for them to be like, okay, what's your background, what kind of history, what kind of work history, like where, what do you do, what do you know, and like that can be a good way to like filter out stuff so that you kind of like end up looking at the candidates that are kind of like more appropriate for the environment. I tend to kind of like work in the smaller scale stuff, so that's probably why I think about it like that. But that's a fair point. That yeah, like bigger, more corporate, definitely probably care about the like the diploma and the paper and all that. That is more of a factor, I would imagine. Yeah. And also like a lot of bigger studios and stuff, like a lot of them require a certain level of experience too, and that can be a challenge and interesting. But yeah, so that's totally a fair point. Um, like I'm sure that like certain areas would take note that like, oh, you went to Sheridan kind of thing, right? So that's fair. Realizing that what I'm making is ultimately a 2D cobbling together of shapes, so I don't really need to think about properties of a thing other than how it looks. Um, a cube in 2D is just three diamonds of different colors. I mean, that's absolutely, yeah. I come from like the mindset of like I'm the opposite in a sense that like I'm always thinking about like the properties of it rather than what it looks like. And honestly, I think that there's a very specific reason why I come at it from this angle where a lot of other people come at it from the more kind of like I'm creating this look, this like visual thing that's these shapes brought together. Um, and the reason I believe that I think about it as like a properties side of things is if you've heard of perhaps aphantasia before, where you can't picture images in your mind. Um, I'm not fully on that level, but I do not picture things in my head the same way that like a lot of people can. I've talked about this before, but I basically, when I'm thinking of something, when I'm trying to imagine something in my head, I don't really see it, um, but I can kind of understand it. Like if someone's like, think of an apple, I don't see an apple. I see the like I understand an apple and like what its skin feels like, and the kind of like way that light interacts with that material, and I can rotate it in my head and I understand it, but like I can't easily picture it. I can I almost just see a silhouette. um and whereas some people they can like fully see an apple in their mind. So the way that I think about things in my head is I'm always thinking of like what it is and the properties and like how it interacts with light and like in three dimensions and all kinds of stuff like that, because that's kind of like what I have to do to understand stuff and see it. Um, but like yeah, if you just like picture a cube in your head and rotate it, like I can do that, but I'd have to draw it. I have to start drawing it to actually see it is the thing. So uh, that's also why I never know where a piece of artwork is going to go. I just have to start laying stuff on the page, because when I'm looking at something, I can manipulate it. Then I can like imagine moving pieces around, and I can kind of see it that way. But yeah, like that's just part of my own personal way that I have to deal with it. So I'm always thinking of it like, like what is it made of and why, and how does that matter? Which is also partially why like the lighting fundamentals course by Sam Nielsen was absolutely incredible for me because he teaches it on a very scientific level, and it's not for everybody. He talks about like how photons interact with like at the atomic level, and like learning that stuff was like, oh, this is exactly what I needed as an artist to like get better, and I severely improved in my art skills after that course. But other artists I've shared it with, they're like, this is way too sciencey, and like I don't get anything from this. It's over my head, or like it's trying to tell me all these concepts that aren't important to me. I just need to make the shapes and give it the colors, right? So yeah, like we all have our different way. Like one way is learning piano by ear, and the other is like playing it from sheet music, right? Like there are different ways to become an artist that does these things, and there's ways to blend those together, and so just because I do things or did things a certain way, don't think you need to at all come at it the same way. If anything, it's just useful to hear a different perspective than your own and understand that. So that's that, I guess. uh, Just rejoined, but the idea that nature created a device that is dedicated to annihilating mice terrifies me. Yeah. I think it's more the harvested crystals that end up kind of like maybe like as it's being used, there's just like so much magical infusion that's why these crystals start like sprouting up from the ground near it. In which case, thinking about that, I should probably concentrate more of it around the base of these rods, because that would make sense if they're kind of like growing out of that, because of just like how much magic is in the area. It's crystallizing. All right. It is nearly 4. I think I'll keep going for a little while still. All right. So that's looking pretty cool. We got our flats. I think that it's not quite all of the flats how I need them exactly, but let's turn off the sketch and see what we think. Need like a little wing down there to balance it. I need to pull back this glow. It's a little intense. Maybe if it's just set to lighten. There we go. Try that again. All right, I think that's sufficient. So now let's actually start to get our colors that we actually want in here. So I kind of like the, well, let's start with the rose gold. Let's get that color as the base. And we'll do a clipping mask on all of these. Okay, and as well as the wings on top. Great. All right, now what we're gonna do is create our horizon. And actually, yeah, I think I'll start with the frontmost layers. Okay, so what I want to do is think about the actual reflection of the horizon. What areas are reflecting what is tangential to the horizon itself. So this is where I need to think in 3D, right? I need to kind of look at it and think about, okay, well, this surface is probably angled at yay height. Also, like, where it is in terms of, like, the height versus our eye line, right? Like, how high up versus how low down to the horizon is this? If it's something down below the horizon, we're looking down at it. So the angle is going to be more, like that. Concave down. And then if it's above us, we're going to be looking at the opposite. We're going to be kind of like seeing it curve upwards. Whereas if it's dead on with the horizon, it's going to be flat, right? Because this is reflecting what's behind us. So this is, we're looking up at this, right? Because this is kind of the horizon. It's just barely above the horizon, so it's pretty much in line. I should probably turn the sketch on again. Turn it up a bit more. Okay. That's going to be kind of aiming down. So that's going to flip the reflections. That's pointing down. Not super happy with that. I'll have to address stuff when I come back to it in a bit. Ooh, it's warm. Okay, so this wing is... What way are you tilting? I did not mean to open a file. There we go. You tilting forward, I guess? In which case, if it's tilting forward, then it's aimed down for the most part. The actual like fill-in colors are going to help with this, so let's start doing that. So these are real close to the core, so it's really going to be getting a lot of its kind of like reflection influence from the core itself there. Whereas this wing is kind of like pointed away. Also, let's see, how do I want to... I don't think I want to go too ham with like getting these bones and stuff kind of really represented. But I'll do it for now. Also, the sketch is distracting again. I'm going to move the sketch up into this folder so I can hide it and turn it on nice and easily. I think I need to get more of the actual rose gold in that highlight versus white. Yeah. Oop. Okay. Better. So this kind of like lit area is more against the horizon. It's not our specular highlight, it's like the skyline. Right? It's a very dramatic purple, huh? Maybe too much. But I think that the idea is that I'm starting with this kind of as the base, and then when I add in the kind of magic glow, that's going to kind of like pull it into a better space. But a lot of these wings are kind of flapping away from the orb, so we get less of that direct reflection, but it does potentially mean we get more to play with in the environment around us. Alright, it's 4 o'clock. I don't know how much more steam I have in me, but I did want to just kind of like start to get this going. Not particularly feeling like it's quite right. I think I need to get more, yeah, like this kind of like purple versus the like blue. Like it needs more red overall. So let's see, can I use just a color brush and just kind of do that? That's probably a better base to actually start the wings off with, is the more core shadows. Let's see. Do that and that. And then we'll come in and focus on the highlights, rather. The purple is very Batwing, right? Darkwing Duck. Also, I feel like it's not quite as effective with it being like thin wings, right? To get this kind of globby the globby chrome works better with blobbier, kind of chunkier shapes. So I'm gonna like round these quite a bit. So like they'll definitely have a wing kind of profile and shape to them, but I want to make them feel a little chunkier. Instead of like the thinness of a wing, I want it to be like a glob in the shape, the general shape of a wing. Something like that, maybe. Kind of an interesting one is thinking of like, how does that react if it's like super soft? Also, I keep getting confused with the erasing and painting, so I'm kind of doing this a little more backwards than I'm used to. Okay, it's definitely like gloopier. It's like a bat-winged balloon shape kind of thing happening. So that's interesting. Alright. I think I'll just do another layer on top for doing more of the lights. Or no, I'll just use the same layer, it's fine. No, I'll do another layer just because it'll be easier to just kind of mess around with it more. So this will be flipped here. And here. In there. Bit more here. Pika is too warm. It's too warm. I can't. You're very cute, but you are toasty. Very toasty. Ooh, all right. Yeah. All right. I think it is probably of the hour that painting so many kind of like reflections uh, after such a long stream. I can keep going, but I'm probably gonna cook my brain if I do this. Like it's not going poorly, I don't think. It's just a little more than I probably want to chew off right at the moment. But I think I'll get this wing. Also, my wrist is starting to feel it a little bit. I don't want to push it. Thankfully, it's Friday. But, yeah. It does feel very Halloween-y, with the the orange and purple, and I'm a bit worried about that. It's going from like very draconic to very Halloween-y very quickly, so I might kind of like pull it back to be more of just the rose gold specifically, because as fun as that purple contrast is, I'm gonna need the environment to kind of like really play that up. But overall, I think it's a little too much, if I'm being honest. I think that this, with just making sure there's enough of that like arcane light happening, like the reason I went with something a little more dramatic like that purple was like, ooh, that looks more magical and more arcane. And maybe I'm not quite hitting the notes right, and I'm getting a little too dark with the shadows. That's likely what's happening. I think these darks are way too deep. I mean, maybe need to just kind of like pursue this purple a little more. It does seem likely, actually. So let's pull some of those darks back and maybe desaturate a bit. But at any rate, I think that it's a little too kind of spooky scary. It's very Halloween vibe. And I think that if I do more like this, let's see if this works. Right? It's a little more kind of like, oh, okay. This is more just rose gold. Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's probably a better direction then. Do that. Okay. Yeah, with it warmer and more red, it does also feel more dragon versus bat. So I think I prefer that. It's got some time to cook here still. Like I'm not totally happy with where it's at. There's definitely going to be changes to this. I just need to kind of like step back and reassess it. I think when I start to really kind of render it in and I get the top range here working, I'll probably feel better. And again, like this is going back to that kind of like you need to manage your expectations going into art and kind of working on work. Um, Most of what I do, I don't really feel it. Like I'm like this isn't working so great. It's not awesome. And I am now at a skill level where I can push through that and eventually it'll like reach that point where I'm happy with it. And happy enough. Like I'm rarely ever like, oh man, this is like I'm so proud of this. It's the best. Everything worked out great. A lot of the time it is a battle. And the more of a battle it is, the longer it can take me to get to that solution where I'm like, this is good. Like, I'm content with this being the solution I was looking to kind of create for this asset. Um, but if I got discouraged by it, like, not looking good while I'm working on it, I'd never get a single drawing done, right? Like, I'd always be like, oh, this isn't working. I'm failing horribly, and why bother, right? Giving up that early would be a way to never get started, right? Um, and that's not to say that every time you push through, you're gonna get the piece where you want it. That doesn't happen. Um, uh, and like now with the skill I have, like the experience I have, it's easier to do that. Like I can eventually kind of like resolve it. But sometimes you just kind of don't have successful work and you need to kind of like scratch it, start over kind of thing. That can happen. Not at all saying that that's what's going to happen with this. I think there's a lot going on that I like, and I just need to kind of like analyze what I'm liking, analyze what isn't working, and just kind of like try to experiment with that, and eventually I'll solve it. You know, like it may end up looking very different, or it may look exactly the same. It's just further rendered, right? Like I think when I get the lighting right, it'll look a lot better. You know, maybe I need that, and I need the environment to be kind of like shifted, and then I'll be happy with it. But almost always, I'm not really like, this is good. I just know that if I keep working and I keep trying to figure it out, eventually I'll settle somewhere where it's good enough. So that's also a piece of advice for kind of like working as an illustrator is like, you need to understand that like most of the time it's not going to look awesome, and that's okay. But you do want to get your skills to a point where you can understand why. So you're not just kind of spinning your wheels and just kind of like, I don't know what to do. You know, being able to like look at it and figure it out is the skill, right? Like, I think that I heard a quote, and I'm wrapping up, so let's actually watch the playback while I do this, because it's just kind of like time to say farewell until we see each other again, kind of thing. Let me put this here. Yeah, it's still very Halloween, and that's kind of hard to get away from with the like Batwing feeling. So I might play with those shapes, and I might change it. We'll see. Let me get this time lapse going. Come on. Here we go. All right, cool. So, as we're signing off, what was I saying? I was talking about like how to kind of like work through your work. But yeah, it's important to be able to like analyze art and kind of understand why something isn't working. It's a hard thing, but like, oh yeah, this is what I was trying to remember. So I think I heard a quote, something like, mastery of a skill isn't like that you are perfect at it and you can do it perfectly. That's not at all what mastery of a skill is. Mastery of a skill is being able to like run into a situation that you need to solve and it's not working, but you have enough tools in your toolkit that you can kind of like figure it out. You can crack it. You can kind of like solve that issue using all the tools that you've learned and developed over time, that you can tackle this thing. But like there's always a bit of a struggle. There's always that challenge. If there wasn't, then it wouldn't be any fun, I think. So yeah, like being a master artist or something like that, like whatever one would prescribe to that category, isn't that you can make flawless art all the time. It's that you can kind of like look at what you're doing and like or the challenge that you're up against and actually like solve it. Uh, so yeah, I always expect to go into it failing my way up, and that's how I tackle pretty much everything I do. Um, Taking on new like skills and challenging myself with like different mediums like leatherworking and metalworking and all that, is I always anticipate and expect to be failing for like all of it, and just kind of like figure out how to fail better until you solve it, and then people will be like, well, that's not a failure, and then it's a success, right? um, so yeah, those are how I experience my expectations, and I appreciate failures. Oh no, undoing doesn't make it disappear. There we go. I just saw wash. um, Learned a thing. But yeah, so yeah, go in expecting to make mistakes and do terribly, and relish those, learn from those. That's the good stuff. Failure is a good teacher. Pursue it. Okay, so the silhouette I'm not opposed to. I think that maybe the lighting, maybe it's too dramatic initially. I can play with that. I can soften things. I think that, like, again, arcane power type has certain airiness to it. There's like a softness, billowiness. So I need to maybe look at softening some of that, and lighting and atmosphere and kind of like haze and glow and that kind of stuff can really kind of do work there. So that's going to be something I look at on Monday morning when I'm kind of checking the site with fresh eyes and being like, okay, I have different directions I want to take this in. And like the plinths with the dragon claws are just like, gothic, which was what I was going for. So fair enough. But anyways, yeah, exactly. The purple could be toned down. Some purple's nice, but only as like accents, highlights. I agree. Yeah. But anyways, I've been streaming long enough that like I'm cooked. I need to stretch and walk around the block with my dog. But yeah, I shall see you all probably. It might actually be next week. No, I think it's Dave next week, and then I'll be the next 2 weeks after that. I think so. Dave should be streaming on the 19th, and then I think I'm streaming on the 26th and the 2nd. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, until I see you again, I hope you all have an awesome weekend, and happy hunting, everyone. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll catch you next time. Happy hunting, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye.